the wall was only one component of Hadrian's grand design. Every Roman mile, the legions built a guard post into the wall called a mile castle, which housed up to 60 troops at a time. Between each mile castle stood two smaller watchtowers, where sentries kept a constant eye on the borderland. And along the length of the wall, 17 enormous superforts were built that could house 1,000 Roman soldiers.
What this in effect did was kind of create a military zone that allowed the Romans to maintain enough military strength right along the wall to go out in force, patrol along the front, conduct maintenance, and still maintain the kind of military presence that was effective as well as impressive.
Each superfort covered 3 to 5 acres and included an assembly hall, a temple, barracks, hospital, and bathhouse, everything needed to sustain an army. Around these forts, towns sprung up to satisfy the army's constant demand for food and supplies.
These Roman troops wanted Roman shoes, they wanted Roman needles, they wanted all the things that they could have elsewhere in the Roman world. So trade tends to follow them, bars tend to follow them, women tend to follow them, and end up changing fundamentally the areas in which they are settled.
In just 5 years, Hadrian's vast barrier across Britain was complete. The emperor had secured Rome's northwest border, improved discipline within his ranks, and created an unmistakable testament to the vast reach of Roman power. In 126 AD, Hadrian returned to Rome. There he would commission one of Rome's most celebrated engineering marvels and eliminate its most celebrated engineer. In 126 AD, Emperor Hadrian returned to Rome after a 5-year military inspection tour on the Roman frontier. While he was away, his builders had been working feverishly to carry out his architectural vision in the capital city.
Hadrian certainly wanted to leave an imprint on Rome. He wanted to revive Augustan building and show that he could do better.
150 years earlier, Emperor Augustus had famously transformed Rome from a city of brick into a city of marble. Hadrian wanted his own building legacy to be equally memorable, and the crown jewel in that legacy would have a direct link to the reign of his legendary predecessor.
Attention to the map.
Soon after he became emperor, he set his sights on rebuilding a burned-out temple complex dating from the time of Augustus. In the rubble of the old ruin, he commissioned his most famous structure, the Pantheon, a majestic temple to the Roman gods.
The Pantheon is arguably the most amazing structure ever built by the Romans. Why? The Rotunda.
The Rotunda, a huge interior space capped by a magnificent dome ceiling, was the heart of the Pantheon's design. At its center, the concrete dome rises nearly 150 feet. It spans exactly the same length across without any support from columns or buttresses.
150 feet is a great distance to span. And the guts that they had to attempt something so wide, to span something so wide, this is one of the grand achievements.
The Pantheon's dome would remain the largest unsupported concrete span in the world for 18 centuries. Before Hadrian's engineers could start pouring the dome's concrete ceiling, they needed to figure out how to direct its weight away from its center. Otherwise, when they removed the wooden framework holding the ceiling in place, 3,000 tons of concrete would collapse under its own weight.
Today, when we build in concrete, we introduce a steel tension rod, which picks up half of the stresses in the concrete. The Romans couldn't do this. Therefore, the dome of the Pantheon was constantly pushing outward towards its base.
The Pantheon's engineers developed several radical solutions to make sure its ceiling and the emperor's reputation wouldn't come crashing down. First, they built a solid base of walls 20 feet thick to act as a foundation for the ceiling.
They used the vertical walls on either side to help support the weight of the dome from pushing outwards. They used the walls to buttress the dome itself.
Next, as the ceiling rose toward its apex, they mixed in lighter materials with the cement and poured a progressively thinner layer of it.
Roman concrete, like concrete today, used aggregate, usually stones, to bond the concrete together. In the Pantheon's dome, Romans used a common technique at that time of actually inserting hollow amphora or jugs inside of the concrete to displace some of the concrete and lighten the load.
To make the ceiling even lighter, the builders molded recessed panels called coffers into the ceiling, which served two ingenious purposes.
These coffers are meant, obviously, for an aesthetic purpose. That is, that they allow the surface of the domed area to be decorated. But at the same time, they reduce the amount of concrete which is necessary for the dome itself.
A final weight-shedding alteration immediately became the Pantheon's most distinctive feature: the oculus, a 30-foot wide hole in the center of the ceiling. The oculus eliminates the stress of heavy concrete at the dome's weakest point, and it lights up the interior like the sun does the earth.
Imagine as an ancient, never having been in this kind of interior space before, because no other interior space had ever looked like it before, feeling the religious aspect of the interior itself, a building which was dedicated to all the gods.
The Pantheon's engineers strove for perfection and almost achieved it. But there is one mysterious flaw in the design that still baffles modern observers. The Pantheon's front portico, the colonnaded gateway to the interior, is about 10 feet too short. It doesn't connect with the rotunda where it should.
Why 50-foot columns were not used instead of the 40s that were there can only be held to speculation at this point. Did they sink in the Mediterranean? Were the Romans not able to acquire the stone to achieve those kind of columns in the time necessary for Hadrian to inaugurate the building? We can't say for sure.
For centuries, the Pantheon has stood as a confounding engineering enigma. But the way it was built is just part of the puzzle. The bigger mystery is who designed it. There are no surviving records to reveal the architect's identity. But modern speculation centers on Emperor Hadrian himself.
He was a very versatile individual and painted and wrote poetry and loved architecture. So many of Hadrian's other buildings were domes. So it seems to me that Hadrian may have had a hand in the design.
Another potential candidate is Apollodorus of Damascus, the genius behind the forum built by Hadrian's predecessor, Trajan. Apollodorus was skeptical of Hadrian's architectural skills and bold enough to declare it publicly.
Apollodorus at one point sneers at Hadrian, says, "Go off and design your pumpkin domes." After a certain point, Hadrian just gets so upset with Apollodorus because Apollodorus criticized Hadrian's designs that he had him commit suicide.
In In 138 AD, 8 years after ordering the death of Rome's greatest architect, Hadrian himself died of natural causes at the age of 62. His 2 decades in power had been one of the most prolific periods of construction in Roman history. By the time of his death, harbors, temples, bridges, and basilicas in every corner of the empire bore his name. It would be nearly a century before another emperor would commission one of Rome's last great engineering achievements and send the empire spiraling towards self-destruction.
Grid zone. Affirmative. Well done. For mercy. Attention to the map! Roger that.
Stinky shoes. Rub my oranges.
In the decades following Hadrian's death, the Roman Empire remained the dominant force in Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Its emperors maintained absolute authority. Its armies remained invincible. And its architects continued to inspire jaw-dropping awe. Their crowning achievement, a behemoth complex of Roman baths, was commissioned in 212 AD by a corrupt powermonger named Caracalla. He rose to power the old-fashioned way, through murder.
How goes it?
Caracalla's late father, Emperor Septimius Severus, had wanted his two sons to
Okay,
rule
I'm
the
just
Roman Empire
going to the
together.
8 point right now.
But Caracalla and his
I'm
brother
off
Gaeta
Buffalo.
hated each other.
Just hoping that at least I could find
After their
a
father's death, it
bomber
was
that I
only a
could
matter
take
of
down.
time before one eliminated
I'm gonna go
the
bomb
other.
some tanks or something on the
Caracalla
ground.
struck first.
Bro, last night
Caracalla had him killed.
I got 15,000 resource points by just attacking planes. I took down like 2 target enemies and like I think 1 or 2, no, 2 or 3, AI planes. Just from that.
Nice. You're getting better.
I mean research points, but not SL, so I don't know, man. Those are my
Well, that's fine too. If you just get research.
Move after me.
You didn't lose that much money anyway, right?
I did a little.
Yeah. Well, at least it wasn't that bad, right?
Yes.
How rude.
Right in front of his mother, which seems to me a horrible, horrible thing. Gaeta's name was erased from memory, not only from inscriptions, but Gaeta's image was chiseled out. They erase the name, but they leave the erasure. We know that the state has taken steps to eradicate him, and we should remember that lesson.
During the reign of Caracalla, blood once again
By the way,
flowed
there's
through the imperial
thing
chambers,
attackers on E5.
and the
For the 8 point is I could go get him, but right now, no, that's not E5. Are they enemy planes? I have no idea, man. Nope, they're allies.
Gramercy.
empire was back in the hands of a tyrant who ruled by fear.
The rule of Caracalla is characterized by that of a man, emperor, who places himself above man, within the sphere of the gods.
Caracalla wanted to leave a legacy that would secure his fame for the ages. As the Colosseum had for Vespasian, the Forum for Trajan, and the Pantheon for Hadrian.
He had to prove himself as worthy of the imperial power. He had to show that he was even better than his father.
The new emperor would attempt to cleanse his past sins by building a bath complex. For centuries, baths had been an integral part of daily life in Rome. They centered around an arrangement of hot and cold pools. But the baths were more than just a place to bathe. They were country clubs open to people of every class.
After you finished work, you're going to go to the baths for a couple of hours to unwind, to listen to politics, to get a rub down, to have a manicure, to have a haircut. There were places to work out. You could wrestle. And then, of course, you could go to the baths themselves and go to the hot rooms, sweat a lot. And you were surrounded by magnificent structures that were sheathed in marble and decorated with statues. And they were for the benefit of the average person. This was not just a structure for the rich. This was for the average Roman citizen.
Baths had always been a popular construction project among Roman emperors. Previous rulers like Nero, Titus, and Trajan had each built extravagant baths in their own name. And Caracalla was determined to trump them all with the most massive bath complex ever built. The imposing shell that remains today is a testament to his success.
As you can see from what remains all around us, there was a series of giant rooms in which there were swimming pools the size of Olympic pools. There were bathing pools at different temperatures, private bathing rooms, and areas where people could mix and mingle.
The central building was larger than St. Peter's Basilica and trimmed from stem to stern in gold and marble. Its floors were covered with intricate mosaics, fragments of which still remain. Surrounding the main building were open spaces for track and field events.
Oh, you got him for him?
Separate buildings
Yeah.
containing libraries,
I was gonna come and
shops,
help.
restaurants,
I
and even
did- I-
brothels
I-
lined the
51?
perimeter.
Yeah.
The complex could comfortably accommodate
I don't just sit still and let him shoot me. I maneuver. I baited him into
This small town would have been
like
heaving with
losing
people
energy
every day.
while on
These
my tail,
enormous rooms are a testament to
and
the
he
engineering
kind of
and
like got
skill
stuck in the air
of the
for a
people who
second,
built
so I
it.
shot him
They
down.
surpassed any of the baths that have been built previously.
Caracalla's laborers worked overtime to complete his baths quickly.
To build such a magnificent bathing facility
going back to the
in 5
airfield.
years, there would have been between 5 and 10,000 people working daily for 5 years straight.
The buildings seen above ground were just half of the story. Beneath the complex, a water channel tunneled from a nearby aqueduct diverted 5 million gallons of fresh water into the baths every day. Water for the hot pools was diverted to furnaces, where it was heated over wood fires. As many as 50 such furnaces
There's a B-17
were built
I
directly
see.
beneath the floor.
Where?
I
This
think
floor
it's above
literally
where I am.
divided the
Yo,
world of the
so if
wealthy
you
and
stop hearing
successful
from me for like
Roman citizen
7
from the
days straight,
underworld of
it's 'cause I
slaves
shot
and
someone
laborers
or
who
stabbed
were
someone to death
toiling
and I
away in
woke up.
furnace-like conditions, stoking fires and
I thought you were gonna say that you
smoke,
died or something.
fumes and so on.
That might be a
Up
friendly.
here in these beautifully decorated chambers
No,
with
I don't know. I
marbles
think
and mosaics,
17.
decorated
No, no,
tiled
it's-
ceilings. It must have seemed like paradise.
I don't know if that's you.
The baths of Caracalla
Oh,
opened
no, I
in
think that's an
216
You know that
AD.
guy I told you about?
They were one of the last great feats
Uh-huh.
of Roman engineering, combining
threatening
all
to
the
shoot up the
skills the
place.
Romans had perfected over the centuries.
Wait,
Oh,
what
yeah.
happened?
A bath complex like that of Caracalla, a lot of
Do you know who Lil
great
Nas
achievements
is?
of
The
Roman
rapper?
engineering
No.
come
He
together.
he looks, acts, and talks exactly
Bricks.
like him,
Masonry,
but the second you charge at him, he runs like
Oh,
a
that's,
pussy.
oh, that's a teammate.
You have
I shot him
the
down.
long tradition that the Romans have in building water systems, aqueducts, but also drainage and sewer systems.
Oh,
They
you
have
got someone
also
coming on your
long
tail.
experience
P-50,
in the
P-47, I
use
think.
Of concrete, which allows them to create big spaces that they can cover
Well,
with
you gonna be
vast,
okay, Chief?
spanning domes and vaults.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just a concept that, like,
Caracalla's
I never had to
baths
deal with
were an
this ever.
amazing success,
Like gun
but the
problems
same
and
couldn't
coke
be said
problems.
for
Because
his
usually everybody
reign.
who's done coke can actually handle the shit around
While
me.
his
So.
pet project
Well,
strained
that's
the Roman
X is gonna
economy,
shoot up a place.
Caracalla hemorrhaged
No,
north
he
That is a
looks
Spitfire.
and talks like
of
Lil
Parthia
Nas, but
and
he's not Lil
Armenia.
Nas.
Eastern regions
Right.
not controlled by
That's a
a
British
Roman
plane.
emperor
Looks like a spit.
since Trajan a century earlier.
I can't spot him.
He's behind you. Turn.
Like Trajan, Caracalla had
I'll
hoped
keep-
to cement
I got him
his
distracted
legacy
a little
through
bit.
conquest. Instead, he sealed his own fate. In 217 AD, after a 6-year reign of cruelty and intimidation, Caracalla was stabbed to death by his own guards during an Eastern military campaign.
You see him?
That same year,
No.
a devastating
He's the only
fire
fighter
gutted the
down here.
Colosseum,
I'm
and the
circling
soul
down
of
here
the
with
capital.
another huge bomber. He's the only small
The
plane.
amphitheater would be rebuilt 20 years later, but the empire itself would never recover. The glory days of Augustus, Vespasian, and Trajan were long gone.
Literally right under
and they
you,
would
dude.
never return. Over the next
Oh,
3
damn, he's got
centuries,
me.
the empire that had once burned so brightly slowly burned out.
You took too long, man.
The theories as to why fill
I literally
volumes.
cannot see what he is.
Some people say it is the metallurgy that poisoned them. Some people say it is the decadence and the inbreeding in the upper class. Some people say it is the
Oh, there you go. I see him.
lack of a trained
He's on
army
the
and
image
subsequently
64.
no defense.
I
Come
think
on,
the Roman Empire
M264.
was
You got like so
simply
many turns
too
you can't even shoot a
large
fucking
to be
thing, right?
governed effectively, to be administered, and
No,
to
that's a
create
different
any kind
one.
of real sense of community.
In the 5th and 6th centuries, Germanic warrior tribes repeatedly sacked Rome, demanding land and money. In 5 in turn, but the empire stabbed to fate. Like Trajan, Caracalla had hoped to cement his legacy through conquest. Instead, he sealed his own fate. In 217 AD, after a
And he's
6-year
gone.
reign of cruelty and
He's just right
intimidation,
behind me.
Caracalla was stabbed to death by his own guards during an Eastern military campaign. That same year,
I don't see
a
what might
devastating fire gutted the Colosseum and the soul of the capital. The amphitheater would be rebuilt 20 years later, but the empire itself would never recover. The glory days of Augustus, Vespasian, and Trajan were long gone, and they would never return. Over the next 3 centuries, the empire that had once burned so brightly slowly burned out. The theories as to why fill volumes.
Some people say it is the metallurgy that poisoned them. Some people say it is the decadence and the inbreeding in the upper class. Some people say it is
Of
the
course I'm getting shot
lack
up
of a
by
trained
fucking
army and subsequently
AA.
no defense.
I think the Roman Empire was simply too large to be governed effectively, to be administered, and to create any kind of real sense of community.
In the 5th and 6th centuries, Germanic warrior tribes repeatedly sacked Rome, demanding land and money. In 537, an invading tribe went right for the jugular, destroying the city's most vital life-sustaining arteries, its aqueducts. Without the running water its citizens had come to rely on, the once great capital crumbled.
People without water couldn't live in the city center. The gardens and farmlands could not be watered. The population of 1.2 million people quickly dwindled to 12,000. That's a 99% decrease.
1,500 years after the fall of Rome, its engineering legacy still inspires and confounds modern builders.
So many of the things that the Romans were able to do in their time, we were not able to do again until we developed new technologies. We wouldn't be able to accomplish a dome like the Pantheon without the use of a computer, certainly. We wouldn't be able to move a hillside without mechanized equipment. Given their tools, we would never be able to accomplish those same things.
Maybe the most important lesson the Romans taught us is one that Julius Caesar, Nero, and Caracalla never understood. That the same blind ambition that drives our progress can also bring about our demise.
These people lived out their ambitions and their kind of appetites in such a way that we both admire them and kind of abhor them at the same time.
The ancient Romans were often violent, vindictive, greedy, and egocentric. But the imposing structures they left behind stand as evidence not only of the power of one civilization, but of the unlimited potential of humankind.
Emperor Trajan scales new heights of glory, defeating the treacherous Dacians, reaping a fortune in barbarian gold, and pushing the imperial borders to their limit. It is the zenith of the empire. Now, after 3 centuries of relentless war, Rome stands at the center of the world, a lone superpower without rival. But peace makes the empire soft. Wrapped in luxury, distracted by elaborate games in the arena, the Romans are slow to recognize the threat of a new barbarian horde, bent on the empire's utter destruction. In the 200 years following Julius Caesar's death, the empire blossoms. Peace and prosperity usher in Rome's golden and silver ages. But it may be too much of a good thing.
The peace had, of course, allowed Rome to concentrate their economic energies inward, away from military affairs. And it's this that may have produced the sort of general air of prosperity and flourishing of arts. It may also, however, have had various pernicious side effects. The people, as they became used to not fighting, found themselves subsequently reluctant to fight. They may have left themselves somewhat less prepared than they otherwise would have been.
But barbarians along the frontier, ever restless, continue to probe and raid, seeking weak spots on the empire's immense borders. By 160 AD, the border stretches across 3 continents, and 400,000 soldiers protect the 50 million people lucky enough to live inside. Back in Rome, the young heirs to the imperial throne live a comfortable life in their father's palace. Their names are Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. Plucked from separate aristocratic families while still boys, both are adopted by Emperor Antoninus Pius, who has no sons of his own. The princes could not be more different, according to 3rd century historian Cassius Dio.
Marcus was often frail of health and devoted the greater part of his time to letters. Verus, on the other hand, was a vigorous man of younger years.
A free spirit, Verus's rowdy exploits frequently shock Rome. In contrast, intellectual Marcus Aurelius takes his position seriously.
Marcus Aurelius had been groomed for rule longer than just about anyone else in the history of the empire.
Between his 2 sons, Emperor Antoninus has a clear favorite, the scholarly Marcus. To him, he gives his prized possession, his daughter Faustina, making Marcus the senior heir. In 161, when the Emperor Antoninus dies, Marcus and Verus claim the throne, supported and approved of by the Emperor's personal army, the Praetorian Guard.
It would have been easy for the Praetorians to accept these two young men as their emperors. Of all the troops of the Empire, the Praetorians would have known them, because they were stationed in Rome, and they would therefore have been guarding the palace, and they would have had interactions with these two princes over many years.
They cement their bond to the Praetorians with a generous kickback, a bonus equal to several years of regular guardsmen's salary. Marcus and Verus will need the loyalty of the Roman army as war looms large on the horizon. To the east, the Parthians invade Rome's ally Armenia, making Syria vulnerable to attack. Classical historian Cassius Dio.
The Parthian general hemmed in the Romans on all sides, striking them down and destroying the whole force, leaders and all.
The fighting is savage, and Roman forces cannot hold against the Parthian assault. In 162, Rome has no choice but to send its troops to war. For the first time in 2 generations, an emperor leads
Shot
the way.
that guy's wing off.
Lucius Verus. His brother, Marcus Aurelius, remains in Rome.
Both men really were inexperienced militarily. Marcus, who is the senior of the 2 emperors, sends Lucius Verus to the east to deal with this threat.
Verus marches from Rome to a comfortable headquarters in Antioch, far from the battlefront.
He's constantly in communication, or at least his bureaucracy is constantly in communication with leaders on the front. But mostly this is a leadership in absentia. And it works. It works as long as you've got good leaders up front.
Fortunately, on the front, Verus is one of the best leaders of his generation, Avidius Cassius, the commander of Syria's legions. Avidius has been a long-time player in imperial politics.
I almost got
but
2 million.
proves to be his real talent.
Are you proud?
He was an experienced general. He was himself Syrian. He had connections with the nobility of the east. Verus had just stayed in Antioch and partied, basically, while Avidius was on the campaign on the ground.
Avidius masterminds a string of victories that take the Romans into the Parthian heartland, face to face with their enemy.
The real killing that Roman soldiers did came at arm's length. That frightened everybody. To keep fighting at arm's length when your enemy is there with a sword or an axe, and you can't tell what's going on behind you or to the side of you because you're wearing a helmet. You can hardly hear and you can only see straight ahead. It required courage and dedication and overcoming your fear to an overwhelmingly amazing degree.
Over the next 3 years, Avidius and his troops make a brutal sweep across Parthia. In 165 AD, they reach the capital Ctesiphon, which lies near modern Baghdad. The Romans cruelly ravaged the ancient city. Classical historian Cassius Dio.
When the Parthian king was deserted by his allies,
Man, this guy's
Avidius
smart.
pursued him into Ctesiphon and razed his palace to the ground.
I'm kidding. I was flying information with another bomber.
Plundering the temples of the local gods,
Alright.
the soldiers steal sacred
The
vessels
P8.
and other treasures.
And the Spitfire decides to
It's an
fly in
abomination
between
to
us.
violate temples, defying punishment
Hey,
for
that's
the
a good
wicked,
idea.
swift and furious.
Oh yeah, let me just like
The
fly
soldiers
between
contract
two,
a deadly
one of the
disease
most
from the
heavily
Parthian
turreted
victims, possibly
fucking
bubonic
bombers.
plague.
And I mean, just say, hey, what's up? I mean,
The
he's just trying
Romans
to say
leave
hi.
Ctesiphon swollen on success
Nothing wrong with that.
and unwittingly.
No, he was coming through
carrying
shooting. He
control.
wasn't trying to be friends.
D3.
He was
Having
coming through
conquered
shooting at
Parthia
us.
and secured the Eastern Empire,
You hear me?
Avidius and Emperor Verus returned to Italy. The city honors the glorious victory with a magnificent parade, public feasts, and games that pit gladiators against captives, all part of an extraordinary exhibition known as a triumph.
Hundreds of thousands of people would be coming out to watch. They'd be waving flags, throwing things, and cheering as the army went by. And then behind that would be just a massive display of captured loot, captives, heaps of arms that have been captured. So it was really an enormous public occasion.
Months in the making at the cost of a small fortune, the triumph is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Verus celebrates with his new bride Lucilla, the daughter of his brother and co-emperor Marcus.
When Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus celebrated this triumph in the 160s, the whole generation that had been born and had reached middle age and had never seen a triumph. So it was a huge event. It would have been a major event.
But Emperor Marcus is unable to enjoy the festivities. He knows that the campaign in the east has greatly depleted Rome's army. And even as Rome parties, savage barbarians prepare to attack the reduced defenses on the empire's northern frontier.
That's all I've been doing. I ain't bombed a single ton. I haven't done a single tonnage.
Along the northern border, the legionaries left to guard the fortifications are seriously undermanned. Too few troops have returned from the war in the east.
8,000 fucking silver. Isn't that nice, huh?
The guards make an easy target for barbarian
What?
tribesmen
You bombed a ground
who creep
target.
out of the dense woods to prey
Yeah,
on the
but it
Romans.
also damaged me too. I put it to 2 seconds. God damn it.
How big is the bomb?
Silver 50.
The fighting abilities of the Germans in the
250?
2nd century had grown proportionally, astronomically, compared to the initial encounter between Germans
2
and
seconds was
Romans that went all the way back in the 2nd century BC. These were tribes that could...
It shouldn't have damaged you if you were already gone. Like if you dropped it in a dive and you zoomed away from it, you should have been fine.
I don't know, man. I'm just about to finish anyway, so.
Or did you pull up into the air when you dropped it?
Yeah, I pulled up into the air to get away.
The dark forests
Yeah.
of Germania become their tomb.
The upward force is usually greater than the outward force. I try to fly out more level. Well, you know, without running into anything. I got it on 3 seconds, so I don't have to worry too much. And I do it with a lot of speed.
Their general, Avidius Cassius,
Yeah, that's
successfully
weird.
conquers the great Parthian Empire, but at a terrible price. The soldiers carry back a great pestilence to Rome.
The Parthian War of Marcus's adopted brother Lucius Verus seems to have been responsible for bringing back some form of plague into the Mediterranean basin, which led to simply untold devastation of the population of the empire. Some very, very large percentage of the Roman world died off in the reign of Marcus Aurelius. Estimates vary from 10 to 25%. And it will have been very, very much worse in major population centers because the people were piled one on top of each other.
Charlatans prey on the people's fears, selling bogus herbal charms to ward off disease. They say the plague is the gods' revenge for raiding Parthian temples. Emperor Marcus must atone for their sin with a sacrifice.
The only rational response for a Roman emperor in the face of a giant natural disaster like a plague was to try to restore our peace with the gods by increasing sacrifices, by increasing public manifestations of devotion to the gods. Because in a case of a natural disaster, the emperor had the responsibility of preserving the people by winning back the goodwill of the gods.
Despite 7 days of sacrifice, the gods are still hungry. The death toll continues to rise, especially among the troops in the army camps.
So a lot of experienced soldiers would have been lost, and large numbers of the civilian population. So it was hard to rebound quickly.
Wounded and sick, the Empire is weak. Its enemies swoop in for the kill. In 167, 6,000 German barbarians crossed the Danube River and burst into the Roman province of Pannonia. They ravaged the unprotected provincials at will, plundering villages and taking hundreds of hostages. Some barbarians even claimed land.
We don't know whether they're just raiding or whether they want to migrate. A lot of the tribes see the advantages of Roman civilization, would like to have a piece of the action. So raids become frequent, and it's hard for Marcus to mobilize the troops to keep them out.
For several agonizing days, the barbarians attack the defenseless Pannonia. The Roman legions are too far away, strung out along the vast frontier. When the legionaries arrive at last, the ferocity of the Germans nearly overwhelms them.
I suspect that a lot of them would have had imitation style or even captured Roman equipment. So I think a German army of the time of Marcus Aurelius would have presented quite a formidable facade.
Just as the first wave falters, more Roman troops arrive from other points along the border. Their well-timed cavalry assault, coupled with fresh infantry, forces the barbarians to retreat. Showing incredible confidence, the German warlord Balamarius of the powerful Marcomanni tribe ventures into the Roman camp to negotiate a peace treaty. Surprisingly, he represents not only his own people, but 10 other tribes as well. This unified front spells a new type of danger for the empire.
The German threat that Marcus faced was different from the one that had been faced by earlier emperors. They've become more organized. Their societies have changed, probably by influence and exposure to the Romans. There's a great irony there.
How's the bombing going of the ground targets?
Alarmed by
You got one so far.
Emperor Marcus heads for Pannonia. With no
I'm gonna
experience in
land.
battle, Emperor Marcus must rely on his chief military officer, Pompeianus, to help him earn his glory.
German raids had gone across the Danube, stealing cattle, stealing slaves, stealing...
That's what the
goods
drop
for
series button
centuries.
is for.
Why now does Rome actually decide it's
I mean,
going
I
to
wish
lead
I
an
could do
expedition?
that, but
You gotta bring a bunch of little
you
bombs.
gotta line up.
In my
Yeah, you
estimation,
just gotta,
Marcus
like,
Aurelius
line
is
it up.
simply building that into a case for more military
Not gonna
activity
kill
in order
the
to give himself more
pillboxes,
legitimacy
but
in Rome.
hell, you can kill a lot of land.
Though
targets.
Marcus's brother, Emperor Verus, also joins the campaign, he is drunk and unwell. Before they can even reach the border, Verus succumbs to plague, forcing the entire expedition to turn back. Marcus has no choice but to return to Rome with his brother's body, abandoning the northern border to the ever-growing barbarian threat. He returns to a court facing its own crisis. The Empire's many wars have exhausted the royal treasury. There is nothing left to fund a new expedition against the Germans.
Most officials probably were wealthy enough that a missed payday wouldn't matter much. But a soldier who was basically living hand to mouth and supplementing that living by gathering booty from conquest, those things begin to matter.
Unable to pay his soldiers, Marcus resorts to extreme measures according to the Augustan history.
Marcus held a public sale of his own imperial furnishings. He sold goblets of gold and crystal, and even his wife's silken gold embroidered robes.
It's sort of as if the royal family in England ran out of money and had to put a lot of, had to put the crown jewels in eBay or something to raise money.
I call this a public relations scheme because you couldn't possibly raise enough money to manage a war by selling off your second and even your third set of china, which is more or less what the emperor did. But it amounted to an attempt to show that even the emperor was going to make a personal sacrifice in favor of the common good. The sort of sacrifice that Americans once made in the buying of war bonds in World War II.
Marcus's recruiters hope the money will help lure new soldiers for the German war, but the call to arms gets few takers.
The Roman Empire was suffering a huge drain in manpower and economic power, and this may well have made people reluctant to sign up and left families terribly, terribly reluctant to send off healthy young males to war.
Resurgent attacks of plague also stretched the empire's resources to the limit. Scandalously, Pompeianus, Emperor Marcus's chief military advisor, turns to the dregs of society, as the Augustan history reports.
They armed gladiators and turned the bandits of Dalmatia into soldiers. They even trained slaves for military service.
Pompeianus is appalled by the quality of recruits. But before he can prepare this ragtag army for war, disaster strikes on the empire's border. In 169, swarms of German warrior bands attack Roman provinces on the Danube. Marcus and Pompeianus must lead their new legions north to Germania, ready or not. Fighting on the barbarians' home turf, the inexperienced Roman army is clearly outmatched.
When Germans were able to draw the Romans across the Danube and fight in forested terrain, where the Roman soldiers were not able to develop their military lines, not able to use their auxiliaries effectively, the Germans had the advantage, and they often won.
In the spring of 170, the greatest of the German tribes, the Marcomanni and the Quadi, square off against the Romans and crush them.
Marcus Aurelius is definitely something special, but does that mean that he's a good leader? How effectively can you lead the troops to the battle? The fact is that Marcus Aurelius's record there is not good.
Marcus's first major battle results in the massacre of 20,000 Romans. It is the worst Roman defeat in a century. Emperor Marcus Aurelius leads his first army to battle against the Germans and fails utterly. Then disaster strikes behind him. While Marcus is bogged down on the Danube, other Germans push into Italy itself. In 170 AD, they pounce upon the rich port town of Aquileia, near modern-day Venice, and ravage it at will. It is the first time in 3 centuries that barbarians raid the Italian heartland.
They're fierce, they're cruel, they're barbarian, and they probably conjure up in the Romans' mind images of the Gauls coming into Rome in the 4th century BC, the threats of the Cimbri and the Teutones in the late 2nd century BC. The Romans particularly fear these individuals coming to Italy.
With Rome in the grips of terror, Emperor Marcus Aurelius must act quickly to vanquish the enemy once and for all. He moves with his army north along the Danube and prepares to invade the lands of the powerful Marcomanni tribe. The cold green forests of the north are alien to the Roman emperor. Alone and far from the only home he has ever known, Marcus adjusts poorly to the rugged life of an army officer. His health declines.
We know that the famous ancient doctor Galen was Marcus's personal physician for a time. And we know that Galen prepared a medicine for him to take every day, both to treat current illnesses and to stave off future ones.
In particular, plague, which continues to devastate his troops. With death constantly on his mind, Marcus records his innermost thoughts in a journal known as the Meditations. It is still in print today and reveals a man grappling with his fate.
Do not act as if you were going to live 10,000 years. Death hangs over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be a decent man.
Philosophy gives him a way of dealing with the crises, of dealing with the unpleasant things he has to face on a daily basis along the Danube.
The solitude of the deep German woods is a far cry from the chaos and bloodshed Marcus will meet on the battlefield. He launches a series of military strikes in the lands of the most dangerous tribes, the Sarmatians, the Quadi, and the Marcomanni. The barbarians have defeated Marcus before and remain confident as they set up camp along the river. But Marcus is learning from his enemy. He abandons the established Roman line formation in favor of smaller, more mobile units called vexillations.
Aren't you fucking excited?
These give his army greater flexibility as they maneuver
It's
through
gonna
the
be fine.
trees.
Let's bring out your bomber. We're gonna go.
It was a new war. It was a different war.
Oh, which one, the
And it was a
Dorner
war
or the
that was far different
the
from some
M
of these
thingy,
veterans
whatever.
who had just fought the Parthians in very straight lines
Whichever
and
you
using
want.
conventional tactics in the Middle East.
South,
This was a
spawn
war
south.
where ambushes were
Hurry,
going
we're
to
all gonna
be
die if you
the
don't
norm.
hurry.
When
Everyone.
the barbarians least suspect it, the Romans swoop in.
South like the one that is all the way on the
was
like
on
the
a
below,
very dangerous tightrope.
like on the
He had to balance this
lower
incredible
side of the map.
adrenaline rush that would
Yeah.
lead him to attack. He had to stay calm even though his hormones are overcoming him. He had to set aside the
Are you up
natural
already?
panic that affects anybody.
Huh? What's that?
Are you on the air already?
Just go ahead and spawn. I don't know. What are you waiting for?
I spawned already.
I don't see you.
I think I spawned on the wrong side. Who cares? Alright, where do you want to go?
We're going over to water. Because I said so.
We're gonna bomb ships?
Yeah.
When you're going to be only 2 feet away in a killing zone that's just as dangerous to you as to your enemy.
Oh, so you're all the way there. Yeah, I didn't realize there was another spawn point there. So I didn't go there.
At last, the ailing and inexperienced Emperor Marcus can claim a victory.
Yeah, the
on
one you
German
spawned at's
soil.
probably a better idea anyway. But I just like to try
The
to spawn
Romans
away
build
from
on their triumph by
to
erecting a
decrease the
line of
chance I'll run into
garrisons in
someone too
Marcomanni
soon.
and Quadi territory. The annexation of Germania begins in earnest.
Let's hope someone joins.
but the Germans respond aggressively against the fortifications. Like hornets whose nest has been violated, the barbarians swarm the Imperial headquarters in coordinated attacks.
The Germans that came out of the forests against Marcus Aurelius are not howling savages dressed in bearskins with wooden shields and big axes like we see in Hollywood. They had been dealing with the Romans now for 2 centuries. They had learned their techniques, they'd observed their equipment, so they knew how the Romans fought.
Hmm?
Where do you want to meet up at?
We're going to the F. For fuck you.
Should,
No, just kidding.
should I bomb this thing right here? This ship?
There should be some ships there, and we're gonna bomb them. 1 bomb per ship.
So 1,000 is enough for 1 ship.
Yeah, you could technically do it with a 500, I think. Doesn't matter. We're gonna make sure that you'll like it. You'll see.
So do I fly low or high?
Low.
For this?
Unless you wanna get noticed by anybody flying around. That'd be my guess. Be my guest.
I mean, doesn't planes also have like AAs?
It'll be fun.
Obviously. The ships.
Yeah, these ships are special ed ships. They're just kind of chilling in the harbor. They shoot a little bit, but you don't have to. You don't have to
I'm
go
gonna
crazy.
go to the big ship right here. That's closest to the F. I think that's a destroyer. Yeah. After that, I might just turn around and get this.
That's a symbol for a spawn point.
Oh.
See that icon? Those are the ships. That's a ship. I said that's a ship! Hurry up, where are you?
Right here.
Oh. I'll scout it out for you then. There's the enemy carrier. I'm gonna go sink it. Well, never mind. It's too soon for that. There's a few of them over here. Ugh, I'm gonna take one, okay?
Scout it.
Well, there's only 2 over here at the moment, and I'll destroy one and you'll get the other. And then we'll move up to the other base. I don't wanna get shot down and not actually do anything, so I'll just take one.
Oh, there, I see you. You're going down.
So ideally, to prevent bomb skipping, just go down to like 10 degrees when you go to your bomb site. The ship's... Uh-oh, I tore my wing off.
Did you get one?
See the kill feed?
Yep.
You know, I've landed on the aircraft carrier on this map using the DO-217 and the JU-288.
For real?
Yeah, I did it just earlier today. I was recording it.
I'm just, wobbling my wings right now.
If they breach the fortress, the Romans know they
Wobbling
will
my
destroy
wings.
everyone inside.
Oh, that was a close one.
Inside the fortress, Marcus Aurelius moves among his men, restoring their spirits and exposing himself to danger.
He may
Dog
well have
water.
felt, out of some sense of personal
Bye-bye.
responsibility, of which we would entirely approve,
Oh,
that if he was
I
going to
hit him,
send
but
men to
what?
their death in war, that
I
he
got
ought
a hit,
in
but I
fact
didn't kill
to
him.
be present, to take an interest.
You probably
manage
missed.
those
Just try again.
As the situation becomes
You'll get the
most
hang of
critical,
it. Don't worry.
Marcus turns to his pagan gods, sacrificing and
I
asking
mean,
for
even
their
though it's
help
near
against
it,
the
I can
German
still
hordes.
kill it, can I?
Huh?
Even though if it's like near it, can I still kill it?
Well, technically, does it look like it's rolling over? Did everything turn red inside of it? Like everything? Did it lose most of its crew? It's most likely on fire, right?
Well, I killed one, but I'm spinning out because I hit my wing on one of the poles on the ship somehow. I
Oh,
have no idea
the
how.
mast. Yeah, you gotta pull up when you drop. What you could do is you could pull up at the last second, and then dive down, drop the bomb, and then pull back up to get out of there. That's one way of doing it. Cool, huh?
So we're gonna do the same thing again, huh?
Yeah.
Right.
It might be better just to spawn at the other airfield because there's this big mountain in the way. Like, it is technically closer if you draw a straight line, but you gotta get over this mountain, which makes you go slower. So you're probably just better off spawning in the south. South, not. It's
Yeah,
fine,
so
I
I'm spawning
crashed
now.
too. I accidentally broke my wing. He was getting the hell beat out of him. Tell him, ask him if they can beat me up too. Can you do that for me? Are you okay?
So you talking to me?
Yeah, you're the only one here with me. We have an audience to entertain. And by we, I mean my imaginary mind. Where are you?
Just left off.
Which spawn did you go to?
The one that you spawned earlier. I can see you.
Cause I'm fabulous. I got my Bombay open. There's two here. Let's go bomb them. Those are special people. And I'm gonna go try to bomb the carrier. That's probably not gonna work. See, not all ships are equal in this. You see, like those destroyers in the ports will have a harder time hitting us, but the ones around the carrier are a bit more accurate. And same thing for the escort fleet.
Alright, so you're going to the carrier now, huh?
No, I'm going here.
Oh, alright, that's why I'm going there too.
There's three of them right there bundled together, and I'll take one and you take the other two.
Alright. I'll just like drop at least two, just in case.
I took a picture. I had three of them bunched up earlier, and I bombed them all at the same time. They were like running into each other. But yeah, these ships are set up so that they use like the models from like the ship gameplay. So they have like sinking indicators and all that. You could destroy the crew on board bit by bit. Oh boy, these guys are more feisty. I was dodging up and down.
My god, that is so many fire shots. Oh?
Yep, I'm here.
Let's see.
These destroyers are actually okay shots so far. I'm gonna take out another one to try to make it easier for you to get the third one. Because I don't know if you can survive. You're not used to... I don't think you're used to ducking and weaving. Right. Anyways, ideally when you drop your bomb, you want to do it at the front of the ship. Does that make sense? Because if you have a timer on it, you want to drop it at the front of the ship so that they go into the bomb instead of it leaving it behind. Does that help clear things up a little bit?
Yeah, a little, yeah.
Yeah, I just realized that that's a... I knew I was forgetting something. That's a nice explosion. It's so satisfying. Alright, come and finish this last one off. I'm gonna strafe some of his crew members. Never mind. Are you here yet? Where are you?
I'm coming in.
It's taking you a while. I'll distract the ship to make it easier, I guess. No. And then we'll go to the E point after. Yeah, we're gonna shove that bomb into that ship.
Are you what? It was on him. Oh, there we go. Cause it says that like you know, 0 damage has
No,
done.
no, 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 no. That's because the bomb hit him.
Oh, all right.
It was giving a damage
should I
indicator
back
because you
off now?
smacked it with the bomb.
What do I do now?
Hey, John. We're doing some naval bombing.
Are you gonna go to the ones that are in the group right now?
We're going up here.
All right, should I go get the group? Oh hell no. Yeah, no.
No, you're going the wrong way, man. I told them that those will shoot you down quick. Those are the ones that have actual aim. We're trying to go to the ones in the ports where they're kind of just where they're tired and sleepy.
Yeah, I'm coming. Oh my god. If only
Dive, man. Dive down to the water. Don't crash, though.
I know.
Okay. Remember, you're not a submersible. You can't swim. At least not in the way you think. Alright. Come on and get these guys. They're stationary, so you could just aim it right at them. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfectly fine. 10 degrees should do it just fine, or 20.
Let me give you a shower, boy. Wash out your ears. Needs to be.
Ooh, I love the explosion. It looks so good. Our bomb was so powerful, it literally just blew the ship apart. You finish those guys off. I'm gonna deal with this fighter.
Give me a ton of XP, huh?
Well, I kept an extra bomb in case you missed one.
Alright, I missed one.
Okay, go return to the airfield.
I have another one.
Oh, okay, then just finish them off, and then I'm still fighting with this P-51. John's our musical entertainment this evening. Nah, you're not gonna get me like that, buddy. You might get me like that, though. But I was pulling too hard for you. Ah, that's you fucking idiot. You fell for it. He stalled. He started. I got him to stall out into the air. Oh man, that was such a smooth glide over. That was graceful, man.
Alright, I'm gonna go back.
I like switching to the gunner view and watching them blow up. Here, watch it. Watch me. Watch me. I'm gonna do it now. You see me?
Where are you?
I'm behind you.
Oh, yep. Boom.
See all the ripple in the water and everything?
Alright, the G point is getting taken.
Just ignore it. Alright.
Alright, which one do you wanna, which base do you wanna return to?
The one that's easiest to get to, the southern one.
The one that is right here?
The one we took off from.
Oh. Right here then.
Yeah, no, not that one. You gotta climb a mountain to get to that one, and that's risky.
Alright, so we're gonna go back to this.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but putting myself at low speed and climbing where everyone can see me, it's not what we're trying to go for here. Yeah, I like this map because there's a lot of ships. And there's a lot of ground targets just littered throughout the coastline and stuff. Like, there's literally always something for you to do. You know? I'm gonna go land on the carrier now. Get me a smooch. I'm gonna get me a smooch. Oh boy, I have somebody following me. I thought I heard an extra engine. I was like, wait a minute, I ain't got 3 engines, do I? Ooh, I got his oil. This dude, he be following me around. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna land on the carrier now. I didn't even get an assist for that. What the heck?
Well done.
Oh boy. I'm about to touch down on the carrier now. There we go. I've landed on the carrier.
Repairing.
See? I did it. Are you happy now? I got assaulted by a P-47. I made him smoking, but then I let the carrier deal with him, so. Alright. Now that I'm off the carrier, where are you?
Alright, where do you want to go after this?
I don't know, man. Just follow the coastline and just get whatever ships are in port or any ground targets you find.
There's a group right here.
Well, I didn't mean that, but I meant like the literal coast. Like if you look, there's a coastline on the water. There's just different. There's pillboxes and stuff going up through there. But you can go up there if you want. It's up to you. I didn't go and check to see if there was other ships there again. I'm scooping out the carrier to see if I can bomb it real quick. It's hard to do, but I found a method that works for me. But it only works if it's not surrounded by destroyers. So how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just going back to the enemies.
I'm gonna make a
Oh,
run on
there
this
they are.
carrier. Time has come.
Does it do any damage?
What's that?
Does it do any damage? Does it take any damage? I mean,
Yeah, you can sink it. They reduce the points so much that it's pointless to go after it. It used to give you a crap ton of points because it was a lot of trouble to sink it anyway. Unless you did it very well. But I just watched that AM1 try to land on it and he just fell off the deck and ate shit into the water. That poor dude. But yeah, it should give you a lot more points, but they nerfed the hell out of it for some reason. Don't know why. It makes me sad, so I don't like to think about it. I'm just gonna go fuck you. I'm just gonna go freaking overkill on it. I usually just drop one bomb and then just watch it sink later. But I went full overkill on it. I dropped all my bombs on it. Oh no. I'm doomed. My engine's on fire. It was nice knowing you. No. I'm drowning. How could this happen to me? Alright. Yep, there she goes. She's going under. Boom, that's a big boom. There she's sinking. And she's sinking.
We've destroyed the enemy's base. Now victory will surely be easy.
Anyways, I recommend, at least in its current state, don't even bother going after the carrier if you can help it. It's not worth dying over. You know? You're better off just going after ground targets and water targets. Did you find any you wanted to bomb?
No, I can't see any.
How do you mean? They show up on your map. Remember?
Oh, yep.
So John, what's up? Did you sleep okay? Because I didn't sleep at all.
Hey, Mago, let's go for these right here.
No. Those are the carrier escorts. They're deadly. I mean, well, okay. How about this? I'll fly up to them and try to draw their fire, and then you can go after them. Okay? Just loiter around here, or down here, wherever you are. Just loiter. Oh, you're already up there? Go to B point. Is there any ships there? Is there any ships up there?
My eyes? No, there is not.
Are they showing up on the map?
No.
Okay.
The only ones that I can see is these ones right here.
I'll fly over there and get them to shoot at me so you can swoop in, okay?
I'm right here now. I'm like really close to them.
Yeah, but I'm not joking, man.
Oh my god. They're not joking around, huh?
Yeah. They're part of the floating airfield detail. They have to be good, or else there's no point of them being there. You know what I mean? Right, John? See, John's the Navy guy. He knows more. He knows about these things. He knows how to read. Anyways, now that the carrier's destroyed, they're probably just gonna leave. Hey, watch out, you're getting near their airfield, or someone is. I'm almost there.
Dosed my ass with NyQuil. That's what I did this morning. I went dozed off until 12.
I'm about to get my ass some NyQuil too. I'm
I totally
freaking.
forgot I picked it up in early in the start of the month, but never used it.
Hey, look, there's a B-17. Let me put my mark on them real quick. Did you use your gunners to get that AA gun?
Bombs.
Alright, let's go after those 3 destroyers now. I've made my peace with life. Gotta turn that freaking one engine off. Well, I got 1 engine, so this will just have to do.
Are you right here?
Come on, go to the destroyers. Oh, there you are. Okay, I thought you were a little further inland. I'm gonna get the lead one, okay?
Alright, I'm gonna get the one that is in the middle.
Well, they're not shooting at me, they're shooting at you for some reason. You should probably, like, duck up and down a little bit. You're getting the one on the side?
In the middle.
That's the lead one. Alright. You missed anyway. Anyways, get one of the other ones. So, when it comes to them moving, if they're coming towards, you don't want to, okay, ideally, you want to come in from behind them. But if you have to come in from the front, drop it in front of their nose, not on it. Because there's a good chance they'll pass under your bomb, or whatever, okay?
Did I miss again?
Yeah, you missed. When did you drop it? Did you,
I dropped it whenever they're moving, so I dropped it a little bit, in front of it. So it can still, do damage.
No, how did you drop it just now?
Well, I got close to it when I like, almost trying to go past it. I dropped it immediately.
Were you using the bomb sight?
No.
Well, use the bomb sight and go to 10 degrees. Negative 10 degrees when you do it. Or whatever.
There you go, I got it.
Alright, let's get back to the airfield. I got 1 engine.
I'll go to this one right here.
Yeah, whatever works for you. I'm dealing with some troubles of my own. For some reason I can't get the lift I need. There's no feathering. Why is this a problem? What's going on? Like, oh my god. Why is that guy trying to go after the fucking aircraft carrier? It doesn't give you any points anymore. It's literally a waste of time and effort. Just stop, man. Like, years ago, it would give you a ton of points. Not anymore.
I'm gonna go get the G point.
That's what she said.
Keep it up and victory will be ours.
I'm just barely keeping above the surface of the water. And I got that whole convoy over there shooting at me. You hear me? It's like, what am I gonna do? It's not like I can... Like, I'm just barely threading the needle here on my survival. You know? Anybody can literally swoop in and I'll be completely helpless. I think I hear another plane. I'm gonna try to land on the carrier doing this. Because I don't think I think the carrier's my best chance. Because I'm lucky getting any altitude. You know? And the carrier's sailing, so that means it's gonna... I'm gonna...
What? You suck ass.
What? What did I do?
Not you. There's a
How'd you know I'd suck ass?
P-51. There's a P-51.
Okay, just fly in circles and shoot them down. I switched to my gunner and used WASD to just fly in circles. Make sure you constantly tap the buttons, don't hold it, okay?
Ah, he already got me. He's at the G point. If only if I had a better turrets.
It's fine. Oh boy, that was close. I think that's the guy that got mad because I kept shooting him down earlier today. Not got mad, but I mean he left.
I mean, if I only had the JU-288C, then yeah, could have killed that kid.
No, it has too many blind spots. It's too finicky. And it's not really that good as far as the guns go. It's only good if you can get them on your tail where you can get all your guns, but that's not going to happen. not when
Well, he
they're
was
like
on my
that.
tail, so
I killed him with the DO-217M earlier. Didn't you see that?
yeah, that was nice.
Yeah. You can do that too. But the reason why I got him is because I was maneuvering around and stuff. I was taking advantage of the situation and maneuvering. Alright, come on. I'm gonna belly land you. I'm not even gonna try to land on the wheels. Oh, did it.
Repairing.
Are you proud? Hey, John. Fricky. That guy didn't even notice me here, did he?
Can I spawn on the carrier?
No, you gotta have a carrier vehicle to do that.
Damn.
You can land on it with any plane you want. You just can't spawn on it with any plane you want. But yeah, you
I
should.
bet you won't collide with this guy.
Have you been practicing using WASD to fly?
Yeah. Does the German
boy.
planes have any torpedoes, if I'm asking?
Yep. The DO-217 should get some. The M1 that I have gets some, and the K does. And then there's some other planes that do too. And then of course Japin does. I'm gonna get shot out of the sky. Watch. These dudes are freaking These dudes are crack shots usually.
Ooh. That was sick.
Damn, it worked. It's probably because that guy's with me. Splitting the fire, you know? I should probably open my radiator. I forgot to do that. See, the radiator serves two purposes for this. I open it up so I can wet for longer. And it makes it, since it's so easy to overspeed in this sometimes, having your radiator open has like these, it has cowl flaps. Almost every plane has cowl flaps that open up for the radiator. It's like a, so it sticks out from the airplane and it slows the airplane down a little. So opening the radiator on this plane helps you control the speed a little easier. If that makes sense.
This Ju-288 is an idiot. He's going over like the airfield bases. Like there's like there's four that are like really close to each other. At a point where they can either, support each other taking down the plane.
Uh-huh.
And he's really low, about like probably 2,000 or lower, looks like it. So he needed to climb more.
I'm gonna land on the carrier again. After I slow down a little bit more. Oh boy, this ain't gonna go well, is it? Yep, actually it's gonna be fine. Let me just raise that landing gear. There we go. Perfect. I didn't want to risk sliding off the deck, so I just raised my landing gear. Does that make sense?
Mm.
Now, I've done it with my wheels out before. It's just that I felt like I was going too fast to make it, so I just raised the landing gear.
Oh wow, this guy brought out a torpedo. Let's see how he uses it. He would probably miss, but he needs to get really close to it.
Yeah, to do long range shots, it takes practice. Because the torpedo will still travel without you. You just...
Oh, I really hate fucking noobs playing on hard mode. A fucking annoyance.
Oh, he got it. That was cool.
Yeah, that's a good little plane right there.
This motherfucker was the queen of the horde, and he
I
still
mean, you
couldn't
would
fucking use her the right
probably
way.
destroy, I think, like 2 boats with the tiny Tim rockets.
Well, Tiny Tims were made to shoot ships, boats with.
So
That
would
was
one
already
missile
destroyed.
So would one missile take out a destroyer?
That ship was hit with a torpedo. I don't know, man. I have to experiment. I done forgot. You probably got to hit the hull directly from the top or something. There's an enemy plane over here. I'm gonna go after him. Anyways,
Nice.
whenever you're doing the...
Japanese plane got it. I'm just spectating.
When you're flying around, you know, when you're using the bomber and you're flying around a fighter maneuvering and shooting at them, you should only expect to do chip damage. You know? You know what I mean?
Yeah. But if it's on fire, then later on you might destroy.
Like, you
So,
see
is
this
that
guy?
an enemy plane?
Yeah. You shouldn't expect them to just die in one shot when you're using gunners. Oh shit, I hit the wrong fucking button. I was holding the fucking rudder key and I meant to do the roll.
What's your other ear?
Son of a bitch. Anyways, you see how he didn't just explode in the first shot. Not all bombers have their best guns everywhere. You know what I mean? So that's just standard for the course. It's just don't expect to just explode them right off the bat. You just chip away at them. If you aim at them from the top or the bottom, you could just shoot them their pilot that way. Because that's where planes are the weakest usually. Okay. Hello? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Why am I being ignored all of a sudden?
He's probably not there. Or he busy.
How dare he be busy?
Oh, shut up, Doyle. Aren't you supposed to be working right now?
No, I don't work. It's Friday. I don't want to think about that putrid existence right now.
What the hell? Every fucking time I take fucking night flight, it's like I miss a day. This time, it feels like I missed 3 days straight. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Like, wait, wasn't it Monday yesterday?
Uh-huh.
How the fuck did you get to Friday?
I missed a day too.
Missing a few days here. I'm like, huh?
I slept all day yesterday.
Now time to do my little mixture for Dab and get really, really high and stoned. Maybe I shall come and join you.
Yeah, we're bombing ships and stuff. An air sim, but there's other stuff we could do. Don't get away. Take on pizza.
Let's get it high. Oh, let's get high.
Smooching. Smoking.
Have you done your daily yet?
No, it doesn't reset until the 24 hours. I did it in the middle of the night, so I gotta wait.
Figures.
Well, excuse me for being fabulous.
No, you're not. You're fugliest.
Yeah. I am the fugliest. Hey, Stinky, did you forget to unmute yourself again? Oops. That was not what I thought it was. Ugh. Stinky, you back yet? Did you forget to unmute yourself or something? You see that really cool kill I just did? Bam, 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 bam.
Guide on me. Attention to the map. Guide on me. Follow me. Follow me.
I'm back.
Hello.
What happened?
You missed the sick kill I just did.
Uncle 219.
Yeah.
Is it a good plane or is it like a...
Well, it's okay. It's kind of a pain, but it's
How?
not bad either. It's just a pain to control. It's a lot of people used to use it for ground attacking. But since they changed how the tanks work on the ground, it's a little different. I still get to put HVAP on it.
Guide on me. Attention to the designated grid zone. On
I
me.
had an AM1 dogfight me, and I beat him. I beat him in the upside down. I did a loop. He leveled out, and while I was still upside down, I fired, and it got him.
Yeah, I think everybody in our team are going to bomb the airfield base. Like it.
I really want the holographic Janeway as a freaking curve.
I don't.
Yeah, I feel you.
I don't really
It's gonna be
care.
sitting in the bank forever now on when I get it.
Yeah, because you got to remember, it's not Janeway Janeway, it's STO Janeway, which just
I
makes it
know.
repulsive to me.
That's what I was saying. I'm guessing it's just gonna be stuck in my bank forever. Unless I can find it in the shop somehow. That'd be dope.
Recycle it for candy corn.
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close. Bravo! Thank you.
Wrong person to try to fucking.
Hey, Stinky, you there?
Yeah.
This is one of the planes that has early radar on it.
I mean, was it really used much?
A few planes here and there. Mainly on night fighters. Like this. ME-410 has a couple of variants that has it. The DO-17N2, that's meant to hunt down bombers, it has it. The P-61 has one. Now the one on the P-61 is pretty good. The one on the DO-217 is better than the one on this one. The one with the N1. I don't remember if the ME-410 one's any good.
We've captured a zone. Follow me. Heading to the base.
But,
Guide on me. Follow me.
but this gets multiple cannons. It's not that bad. It's just that I just haven't used it in a while, and the handling is, I'm not sure what to think about it yet. You know what I mean, Vern?
Attention to the map. Move after me. Guide on me.
Stinky. Oh, that's a G-14. I hardly ever use that plane. I'm serious. I don't like it that much. Maybe it's good in sim, I don't know. Some planes just handle better in sim. Stinky, you there? Oh well.
back.
Go back, I'm Q. I just fucked that P-51 up. No. He's trying to come back for more.
Yeah, I'm gonna go bomb. I'm gonna go bomb airfield bases.
Okay. Well, that explains a lot more. Good news, I'm almost out of ammo.
They answer him with a miracle, according to the 4th century Augustan history.
Standing his ground, he prayed to the gods and summoned a thunderbolt from heaven against the enemy.
The barbarians, of course, would have seen a thunderbolt as a very negative thing. It seemed that the gods were favoring the Romans in this case, and that's not a good thing. So presumably, they would have to deal with that.
At the very gates of the fortress, the terrified barbarians break and run. The Romans are delivered. Thrilled, the Romans hail Marcus by a new title, Germanicus, the conqueror of the Germans. Through perseverance, discipline, and some say miracles, Emperor Marcus Aurelius takes the upper hand in his brutal conquest of Germania. Even the peaceful German farming communities are not safe from Marcus's wrath. The Romans prove their mastery by the edge of their swords.
A lot of these wars against the Germans were genocidal kinds of wars. The Romans attacking villages, wiping everyone out, carrying women and children off into slavery. We see soldiers bringing heads of defeated enemies to get rewards.
The Romans record the ugliness of the conflict on a towering monument, which commemorates Marcus's German campaigns. It is known as the Aurelian Column.
The Marcus Aurelius column is saying this is a brutal, nasty business that your emperor is doing for your safety, and this is the cost of it. You know, it's not pleasant.
You can't take no more sugar on me, no more coke for you.
In the German tribal lands, Marcus carves out 2 new Roman provinces, Marcomannia and Sarmatia. But just as they seem to be stabilizing, disturbing news comes from an unexpected quarter, Egypt.
Egypt was one of the most important territories in the Roman Empire because it was so rich. There were sort of fears that somebody who controlled Egypt might threaten the entire empire.
These fears prove well-founded when Egyptian rebels lead a bloody revolt against their Roman leaders. The terror in the desert only increases.
It was definitely a worrying thing. You had to respond to that promptly. Egypt was a huge supplier of grain for Rome itself. So a person who controlled Egypt could put the squeeze on the food supply for the plebs and the populace in the city of Rome, and they would in turn obviously put pressure on the emperor to do something about it.
In 174, Marcus sends to Syria, where he has 3 legions stationed. He directs them to Alexandria, Egypt. At the head of the avenging army rides one of Marcus's oldest and most trusted friends, Avidius Cassius.
Marcus Aurelius designated a famous and successful general under his command, Avidius Cassius, to have an overarching command in the eastern half of the empire. Superordinate to provincial governors.
The hero of the Parthian campaign does not disappoint. Avidius puts down the rebellion swiftly, securing the Egyptian territory and its wealth for the empire. But along the empire's northern border in Germania, the enemy is much more elusive.
The German campaign seems to go on without end. I mean, he is making progress. But when you drive back one tribe, another one might appear 50 miles up the river, and you have to deal with that.
How's your bombing of the ships going?
For 7 years, Marcus has battled the barbarians in the dense northern forests to the wretched decline of his own health.
Oh, okay.
In 175, he falls ill on the German frontier. Whether it is plague or ulcers, his death seems imminent. His nurse and wife, the Empress Faustina, has stood by him for 20 years. Now she worries about her own future.
If you're an empress or a princess, it's very clear what happens if the male that you're attached to dies or falls from grace or is usurped. Then your life expectancy can be reckoned in minutes, along with that of your children. You want to be sure that your husband is doing well and is healthy and is supported. And if he's not, then you need to be thinking about contingencies.
Grief overwhelms Faustina. Who will protect her if he dies? She offers her hand and the empire to another noble, Avidius Cassius, the popular commander of the armies in Egypt. Eager to gain the glory he knows he deserves, Avidius leaps at the chance to become emperor. The Augustan history.
While Marcus still breathed, Avidius Cassius spread false rumors of his death. Indeed, he told his army that the Senate had already decreed Marcus a god. Then, he declared himself emperor.
Avidius may also have felt that it was for the benefit of the people. I mean, Marcus Aurelius is considered to be a good emperor, but he was not a strong emperor in many ways. Not necessarily so good in the military.
Yet just as Avidius claims the throne, Marcus recovers from his illness, putting both men in an impossible position.
What do? You can't say, listen, I'm sorry about that claim on the throne business. It was a bit of a mistake, rush of blood to the head. Can we move on? Once you'd staked your claim, you had declared your intention to be emperor. You'd always be suspected.
I'll be right back, Warren.
From that point on.
This was threatening to Marcus Aurelius for a number of reasons. Avidius Cassius was a major military commander in charge of a significant number of troops.
And now he intends to take those troops to Rome itself and assert his claim. 175 AD, embroiled in his German campaign, Emperor Marcus Aurelius is betrayed by a close friend, Avidius Cassius. Shockingly, Avidius is encouraged by Marcus's own wife to claim the throne. Marcus must crush the revolt of Avidius Cassius. He must deal with the betrayal by his wife. But knowing he may die in the struggle to come, he proclaims his own son, Commodus, as his heir.
Commodus was not then old enough to be a significant power broker in his own right. Marcus Aurelius does not ever seem to have considered anyone other than his son to succeed him.
Having been spoiled in the indulgences of his royal youth, the boy is yet to prove his character or worth as a soldier, but he is Marcus's only son. The choice will not be a good one for Rome.
Why did he appoint Commodus? Well, because Commodus was his natural son, and this was the normal way for Roman aristocratic families to think. It had always been the case that Roman upper-class senators and aristocrats had promoted themselves over many generations.
With his son's position secured, Marcus turns now to the wife who betrayed him to Avidius Cassius. Astonishingly, he forgives her.
Marcus did not punish Faustina afterwards. He was a very intelligent man and understood, perhaps, after a heart-to-heart with her, what her motives were. He didn't in any way put her aside or divorce her or in any way dishonor her.
As his troops prepare to march against the armies of Avidius Cassius, a messenger approaches, sent by Avidius's soldiers. They have ousted the usurper, hoping to avoid the true emperor's revenge. They know the price of treason.
The usual course of action would be for rounds of denunciations, interrogations, tortures, exiles, executions, forced suicides.
The messenger bears a grisly gift, the head of Avidius Cassius, once his great friend. Historian Cassius Dio.
Marcus was so greatly grieved at Avidius's death that he could not bring himself to even look at the severed head of his enemy.
The rebellion is finished, and Marcus can turn again to the great project of his life, conquering the German barbarians once and for all.
The rebellion interrupts his campaign. He has to divert resources, divert troops, shift money, and that causes a disruption in his plan.
The barbarians take advantage of such distractions. In 178, Marcus sends in troops to face down a violent band of rebels on the Danube River. Their savagery has only increased.
Congratulations.
It was so overwhelming to face these barbarians, taller, louder,
But I also killed the
smelling, looking
P-51 on
different.
the airfield.
Sometimes you'd have to drink before you went into battle to calm your nerves.
Marcus must subdue this enemy, or his years of hard work on the frontier will come to nothing.
I want to get into an air battle.
The aging Marcus isolates the rebel leaders and has them brutally put to death. He believes that just one more season of campaigning will bring the conflict to an end.
The German wars of Marcus Aurelius would turn out to be extraordinarily long and protracted, but it's not clear that it was obvious to Marcus or to anyone else that they would be so from the start.
Now almost 60, Marcus hopes that his son and heir, Commodus, will carry on his battle against the Germans, a struggle that has taken the best years of his life.
Marcus Aurelius had trained Commodus, took him with him on his campaigns, but he was just too young. I don't think Marcus Aurelius fully realized what kind of emperor.
Well, you have choice. You have options.
But in his role as co-emperor, the boy has become
You don't
lazy,
have to go for
with
the
no
airfield.
interest
You can
in
just bomb
hard-won
ground
victories,
targets. That's all
as
I've been doing.
unlike Marcus as a man
I'm the top
could
of the
be.
leaderboard. I did shoot down a few plays that came after me though.
Still, he
So
is by
that's
his
also
father's side
the other
when
reason.
Emperor
But
Marcus Aurelius succumbs at last, probably to the same ruinous plague that claimed his brother. Just 19,
No, it's just I want some
Commodus
fighters to
has
approach
no
me.
patience for warfare and longs for the good life in Rome.
I want some fighters to approach me so I can shoot them down.
well, set your mouse to set up just right to where you're flying in circles, but not like it's not like a hard circle. It's like a light circle, and just you know, and just kind of keep it. You know how you did it before, where you did like a light turn where you're kind of still upright. Yeah, and then you could just get on the gunners and just keep looking around and just use yourself as bait. There's this particular fighter I want to get revenge on. This fucker in the F-82. I outplayed him in the beginning, and I think he's upset about it because he keeps coming for me. I'm gonna shoot him down so he'll stop.
He doesn't have the leadership or the vision that his father had, and he pretty much backs off of the campaigns along the Danube.
The circling thing
long-term
works at
to
low,
bring anything
low,
from
or
Rome.
slightly higher than low altitude,
With
by the
weak
way.
treaties and reduced garrisons,
That's how I used to do
the
it.
new emperor Commodus abandons Germania, squandering 13 years of struggle and bloodshed to return to the comfort of Rome. Without the vigilance of Emperor Marcus Aurelius, the great Roman Empire fights a losing battle against the barbarian swarm.
And would you have a perfect storm of bad leadership, bad luck, and foreign threats, you're in really very deep trouble.
I see some
What they would
a
discover,
convoy
not
at
least in the
D3.
reign
I
of
could take
Marcus
my
Aurelius,
M
is that they
264
could
there.
not withstand challenges
Okay.
across more than, say, a certain number of points along that border at any given time.
The tide is turning for Rome. There will never be an emperor like Marcus Aurelius again. According to Dio, it is the beginning of the end.
Our history now descends from a kingdom of gold and silver to one of iron and rust.
In 160 AD, Rome stands supreme, the lone superpower of the world. But peace and prosperity lull the empire into a dangerous complacency. When Rome's enemies sense its weakness, Emperor Marcus Aurelius rallies the empire to fight for its very survival. Now, in the 3rd century AD, as the Roman Empire struggles against foreign invasions and the growing power of Christianity, one emperor emerges from the chaos. His name is Decius, a leader who calls upon brutal warfare and ancient pagan gods to deliver Rome from the powerful forces tearing it apart.
Are you flying into that attacker formation to use your gunners on it?
By the middle of the 3rd century AD, Rome has fallen into a full-blown crisis.
Hello?
Barbarians prey upon the weakening borderlands,
Yeah, hold
and
on.
civil war breaks out across the empire.
It was a dangerous time, and it was a really tension-filled time because the Romans didn't know how they were going to organize their government to provide them the safety and prosperity that they'd grown accustomed to over the past 200 years of Roman peace.
Desperate for answers, many Roman citizens looked to their ancient pagan gods to deliver them from the perils of war. But others find solace in a radical new religion, Christianity.
Christianity in the middle of the 3rd century is the most rapidly expanding religious movement in the Roman Empire. There's still not a lot of Christians. I mean, let's not think in terms of more than a few 100,000. But it's a religion which is getting more visible.
New believers wash away their old pagan gods through an act described in a 2nd century catechism.
Baptize in living water. But if thou hast not living water, then baptize in other water. If thou art not able in cold, then in warm. In the name of the Father, and of the Son,
Think you can catch them now?
and of the Holy Spirit.
In this ritual of purification, Romans are born anew as Christians.
I mean, how fast?
Believing in only one true God, they reject the empire's traditional pagan religion.
Christians are still trying to figure out how they are going to live successfully and faithfully in a world where they are still a small minority and the majority of the citizens of the empire are not Christian and indeed are believers in the traditional Roman religion with its many gods and goddesses.
As outsiders, Christians must rely on the goodwill of the Roman emperor for protection. In 248 AD, Rome's Emperor Philip is one of the most tolerant, giving an audience to many local Christian leaders in his imperial palace.
Philip was not a great traditionalist. He seems to have been open to discussion with a wide variety of different people, including Christians. He wasn't a Christian himself. That much is very clear.
Though Philip may take a genuine interest in this new religion, his trusted general Decius, a resolute pagan, disapproves.
The most important thing to realize about Decius is that he's extremely traditional. He's very dedicated to a sort of almost mythical view of Roman values. And what that means, of course, is that things that can be perceived as un-Roman are looked at as dangerous by Decius.
Decius fears Philip's Christian sympathies will anger the pagan gods, worsening the crisis already enveloping the empire end to end. In Syria and Germania, Roman soldiers launch mutinies, and in Mysia, modern-day Bulgaria and Serbia, a vicious new tribe of barbarians, the Goths, have crossed the Danube into the empire itself. This is no time to anger the gods. As the Goths pour into Roman territory, the imperial forces, led by Commander Marius Pacatias, must defend the empire against his new and savage enemy.
The intentions of the Goths perhaps were well known to the Romans, but the extent of their strength and the duration of their attack is something the Romans couldn't have anticipated. And the degree and the depth to which they penetrated to Roman territory also is something that Romans probably wouldn't have imagined as well.
We don't know very much about the Goths in this period. What we do know is that the region north of the Danube became the launching post for hit-and-run raids into the Roman Empire.
Pacatianus is able to hold the Goths back and, for the time being, secure the empire's frontier.
The Romans at this point were as powerful as a military force as they had ever been, and they were certainly more than prepared to square off against these barbarian peoples.
But in their crude camp, the soldiers grow tired of taking orders from a distant ruler. Instead, they choose their commander, Pacatianus, to replace Emperor Philip in Rome. Pacatianus has now become the most dreaded political player, a usurper.
A usurper, that is to say, a man who could become emperor through unofficial channels, would gain the throne by getting the support of the army. The support of the army in the end was what made and unmade emperors. The Roman Senate was supposed to give legitimacy to an emperor by recognizing his right to rule, but without the support of the soldiers, no emperor was going to
Hey, Corn,
last.
I'm gonna be AFK for a while, alright?
As a usurper, Pacatianus is confident that the support of the military will allow him to lead his legions to Rome and take the throne himself. Back in Rome, after learning of the rebellion on the Danube, a desperate Emperor Philip seeks guidance from his general Decius.
Philip senses that not only is his military support eroding, but also his position in Rome is likely to erode. And he knows that this is a revolt that he has to deal with personally and he has to deal with quickly.
When Philip confronts the Senate and asks them what they would advise him to do about this revolt, most of them are too scared to say anything, but Decius actually speaks up and says, let the thing collapse under its own weight.
From the Danube region himself, Decius tries to instill confidence in Philip, but in vain. The emperor has good reason to be concerned.
Philip would have been particularly worried about Pacatianus because Pacatianus was commanding soldiers to the north in the region of the Danube River, where you could expect to find the toughest, most battle-hardened soldiers and the best commanders. So Philip knew that Pacatianus was a real military threat to Philip's political position.
Trusting his general Decius completely, Emperor Philip sends him from Rome across the Alps to Moesia to quell Pacatianus's revolt. But even before Decius arrives in Moesia, mutiny breaks out among the soldiers of Pacatianus's camp.
The region where Pacatianus had gained his support was under real pressure of attack from barbarians. Pacatianus hadn't been successful in keeping the barbarian attackers from ravaging the region where his army was from. Pacatianus' army wanted to win.
Pacatianus is a relatively middling character. One source actually tells us that Pacatianus wasn't even a very high-ranking military official. Pacatianus is done in. He's killed by his soldiers, and that's the end of the little incident.
On his mission to Moesia, General Decius brings his son Herennius, a young soldier in the Roman army. But when Decius arrives, he finds a camp without a leader and soon learns of Pacatianus's fate.
Pacatianus' men got rid of him, I suspect, because they heard that Decius was coming to take care of things. And Decius was from that part of the Roman Empire. He would have been known as a tough, capable, local guy.
Decius's claim was that once he had arrived in the Balkans, Pacatianus was overthrown by his own soldiers, who had then attached themselves to the cause of Decius. He was then left with a rebellious army that still didn't think that his demands were being met.
With Pacantianus murdered, General Decius relishes his new role as leader. He and his son Herennius attempt to restore order to the orphan army. The mutinous soldiers have other plans for Decius.
There are very few ways in which an army can actually make its voice heard if it feels that it has grievances. And the basic way that any army can do that is by mutinying, effectively in these cases going on strike.
Demanding a ruler more capable than Philip of protecting the Roman frontier, the soldiers proclaim General Decius emperor.
This makes a lot of sense. He's from the region, generally speaking. He's from the Balkans. And so he's sympathetic to the plight of armies along the Danube. He also, I think, very much senses that when these troops proclaim him emperor, they're willing to fight for him. They trust him, and he can help them pursue their agenda at court.
In an act of utter betrayal, Decius has become a usurper himself, cheered on by his son Herennius. Though Philip is an old friend, Decius sees no other way of returning Rome to its former glory than wresting control of the empire with his own hands. Emperor Philip dispatches his trusted general Decius to suppress a rebellious army in Moesia. But it is Decius who launches a new revolt as his soldiers proclaim him emperor.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
In Rome, Emperor Philip is enjoying his comfortable imperial life and expects nothing from Decius but news of the rebellion's end.
When Philip learns that Decius has been made the new emperor, or has been proclaimed emperor by the Danubian legions, Philip has every reason to be very much afraid. And so Philip has to understand that while Decius marches on Italy, Philip has to go out and meet him. He can't stay in the city of Rome and hope to retain his position.
Stung by the deepest betrayal, Philip must now prepare himself to face his former friend and ally. He orders his legions to ready themselves for battle. Philip and his troops ride north from Rome to Verona to confront Decius's army coming from Moesia through the Alps. Emperor Philip and Decius meet in a bloody battle near the Alpine Pass.
Once the armies on the Danube have declared him emperor, Decius is in a very powerful position and marches into northern Italy. Philip comes out to meet him. He has a very small army at his disposal. He has the sort of basic strategic reserve of the empire, a couple of legions in Italy, but he's heavily outnumbered.
6th century chronicler Zosimus records the day.
The supporters of Decius, though they knew that the enemy had the imperial forces, still retained their confidence in Decius, trusting his great skill and prudence.
The battle would sort of hinge on who would give way first. Morale was an incredibly important part of all ancient battles, but especially at this time when there are fewer soldiers, they're less well trained, and frankly, more susceptible to panic. Panic was the real enemy in an ancient battle. If your side lost its spirit, lost its cohesion, and turned to run, all was lost. Soldiers who had panicked and were running away could be picked off at will without any danger to the enemy.
When the armies meet in battle, Decius wins a very easy victory. We don't have any precise details, but we have a pretty good idea of what the difference would be in the forces on the two sides, and we can see that Philip really didn't have a chance.
In the Battle of Verona, Emperor Philip himself is brutally slain and his army defeated. Victorious, Philip's former general and confidant Decius is now eager to begin his reign as Emperor of Rome. Back in the capital, Decius and his son Herennius are received by the members of the Senate, who hail Decius as emperor. He He believes that in order to restore Rome's security, the empire must first uphold its traditional pagan values.
One of the things that Decius is very concerned with is the health and the correctness of Roman worship, of imperial worship. I think it's clearly the case that the crisis that the empire is facing, the very large number of civil wars and the very large number of foreign wars, makes a correct relationship with the gods important.
Victory is close.
Ready to overcome the crises they experienced in Philip's reign, the Senate welcomes the stringent pagan rule of Decius, complete with ritual sacrifice.
The traditional religion of the Romans, we call it paganism, involved worshiping and honoring and respecting many gods and goddesses. If the Romans didn't show their respect by sacrificing animals, by really dealing in the blood and meat that literally brought life, then the Romans expected that the gods would abandon them.
For the empire at risk for barbarian attacks on almost every border, it seems the gods have already abandoned them.
The 3rd century in Roman history is often referred to as a period of crisis. And the period when Decius comes to power is just as that crisis is really coming to a head. The situation on the frontiers is about as bad as it's ever been.
Barbarian Goths continue to wreak havoc on the Roman borderlands, depleting the once powerful Roman armies.
In an ancient battle, there was almost no visibility. The noise was tremendous. It was very important to stand one's ground, because once a line was broken, it was much harder to defend yourself and defend the person next to you. And once a line was broken and your enemy started coming around to your side, it was very easy for a massacre to start.
The northern frontiers, for reasons that aren't entirely clear, a number of peoples who had once been contained along the frontiers, are now attempting to move into the empire. This is extremely dangerous from Rome.
If something isn't done, the borders of the empire will collapse completely. To start, new pagan temples are commissioned by Emperor Decius in Rome, hoping to appease the angry gods. Naming his son Herennius co-emperor, Decius sets out to impose their traditional values on the entire empire. They will not tolerate Christianity or any other deviation from pagan devotion.
The Romans very much believed in the power of the past. And that meant that when Decius decided to undertake a major religious reform, he simply looked back to the past. How have we always done things? We've always performed sacrifices. I'll ask the people to perform a sacrifice.
In temples across the empire, all Roman citizens are required to follow Emperor Decius's decree and make public sacrifices to the gods of Rome.
The central activity of traditional Roman religion revolved around sacrifice, which is, after all, involved with life and death, in the most immediate and even brutal fashion. You kill an animal and you cook it in order to show your respect to the gods and to literally share the stuff of life. For Romans, sacrifice was absolutely essential to ensuring what they called our peace with the gods.
Emperor Decius demands that every Roman take part, regardless of religion.
What he did was insist that every single person make the sacrifice and obtain a certificate that they had done so. He was able to use the tax system, the tax rolls, to make sure that you could bring everybody in, and you had to make the sacrifice in front of witnesses.
Anyone who does not submit documentation proving their sacrifice risks imprisonment or even death.
This created terrible problems for Christians. Do they simply do this? Do they make the sacrifice? Or do they refuse? If they refuse, what is going to happen to them? They're violating a direct order from the emperor.
The citizens of Rome, Christian and pagan, await an uncertain future. After Decius slays Emperor Philip in battle, he sets out to strengthen the troubled empire against the growing Christian population. The pagan Decius and his son Herennius begin by issuing strict orders compelling everyone to sacrifice. Emperor Decius proclaims that all Christians, on pain of torture and death, must make sacrifices to the pagan gods, even though their faith forbids it.
Christians couldn't sacrifice to the traditional gods without forsaking their religion and believing that they were doomed to eternal damnation.
Forced to obtain a certificate to prove their sacrifice, Christians face an impossible choice between their emperor and their religion.
How could they remain loyal subjects and also make sacrifice to what they regarded as demons? Some Christians find ways out of this. We know of Christians who paid bribes to obtain a certificate on sacrifice without actually having made the sacrifice. We know that other Christians did actually make the sacrifice.
They can only hope that their God will forgive such transgressions in these difficult times. But not all Christians comply with Emperor Decius's decree. In 250 AD, Fabian, the Bishop of Rome himself, shows the people of Rome the earthly consequences of an unbending Christian faith.
It's quite possible Decius didn't understand that Christians couldn't perform these sacrifices. But in effect, by requiring that everyone in the empire act religiously in the same way, Christians are now excluded. And the penalty that Decius set out for not performing these sacrifices is a severe penalty, in some cases extending even to death.
4th century Christian chronicler Eusebius of Caesarea writes of the Christians martyred during the 3rd century persecutions.
I am struck with wonder at their all-enduring courage and the open profession of their faith. How the martyrs were not cast down in their minds, but their eyes looked upwards, and they neither trembled nor feared.
3rd century Christian chronicler Lactantius raves against the emperor.
Decius appeared in the world an accursed wild beast to afflict the church, and who but a bad man would persecute religion?
As the religious fervor escalates, many Christians cannot find the same strength as the martyrs. They choose instead to keep their heads down and try to stay alive. But in 250 AD, no one is safe from the scourge of angry gods as a deadly, uncontrollable plague sweeps the empire.
We don't know that much about the plague from a medical perspective. We don't know precisely which kind of plague it was, whether it was the bubonic plague or something else.
Not even the empire's most innocent are spared from the plague's blight. The disease ravages the empire, at its height between 251 and 266 AD, killing thousands a day in the city of Rome alone.
There were no really strong antibiotics. There were some plants, even onions have a mild antibiotic effect. But in the face of plagues, especially which could be viral, there was no defense. You could be healthy one day and at death's door the next.
Even the emperor is powerless against such a virulent enemy.
I think Decius would have been distressed to find, even after he tried to have this universal sacrifice, that things got even worse, especially when the plague hit subsequently.
You have bodies decomposing and pieces of bodies. The city's littered with the dead. The living are, of course, affected immensely by this. And the living begin to wonder about their fate and the fate of the empire, and ultimately the cause of such suffering.
Across the empire, Christians fear for their safety as pagan Romans blame the outsiders for what they see as a divine punishment.
They looked for a scapegoat, naturally, and one of the scapegoats that they found was the Christians, and it's therefore likely that the plague played a role in initiating the desire for a persecution.
In a desperate form of retribution, the pagans hope the Christian blood will appease their angry gods.
The locals decided to turn upon the Christians in their area, and they literally slaughtered their next door neighbors, one by one, systematically hunted them down, ferreted them out, put them on trial, and killed them.
The persecutions weaken many Christian communities throughout the empire. Even the small Christian community of Ephesus in modern-day Turkey bears witness to the violence.
Oh, excellent!
13th century chronicler Jacobus de Voragine records,
When Decius the emperor came into Ephesus, he sought out the Christians, commanding them to make sacrifice or to be put to death.
Upon finding 7 Christian men who refuse his edict, Decius orders a cruel punishment depicted in both Christian and Islamic medieval manuscripts.
Decius enclosed them in a cave, sealed with stones, so that they should die within its walls, out of hunger for lack of food.
The legend has the 7 martyrs sleeping in the cave for 208 years, only waking when a Christian emperor rules over Rome. Many of the empire's Christians flee to the wilderness, hoping to avoid persecution.
There were important figures who tried to escape martyrdom by fleeing. And this was not necessarily frowned on by the church. The church did not encourage people actively to seek martyrdom. If you wish to preserve your church community and preserve your own life, it was acceptable for you to try to run out into the countryside.
The most unfortunate of the refugees are left vulnerable to attack by the scavenging barbarian tribes who prey upon those along the weak borders of the empire.
The Roman Empire had no police force. When you left your community, you literally didn't have any kind of automatic protection. There was no 911 to call in the Roman Empire if you were attacked. So Christians suffered miserably, I'm sure, when they had to flee the centers in order to avoid sacrificing.
The 4th century Christian chronicler Eusebius of Caesarea recounts the journey of a fleeing Christian.
One man fled with his wife to the mountains, never to return. And of the Christian brethren searched diligently. They could not find either them or their bodies. And many who fled to the same mountain were carried into slavery by the barbarians.
The empire appears even more chaotic now than when the hopeful Decius was crowned. First angry gods, then plague, and now barbarians are about to threaten the future of the civilized world. Emperor Decius struggles as the empire's defenses are weakened by civil unrest and plague, allowing invading barbarians to threaten Rome's borderlands. In 250 AD, the barbarian Goths again crossed the Danube into the imperial province of Moesia. The Goths are now led by the mighty chieftain Cniva, who enjoys the security of a loyal tribe.
The way a man like Cniva would secure his position was by rewarding his followers, by giving them a chance to get rich. There was only so much wealth north of the river, north of the Danube. South of the river, where there are Roman cities, there's an almost limitless supply of captives, of treasure, of coined money.
6th century chronicler Jordanes recounts the Gothic king's plan to relieve the empire of its abundant wealth.
Cniva divided the army into 2 parts, and while he stayed in camp with 70,000 men on the Danube, he sent the other warriors to waste Mysia, knowing that it was undefended through the neglect of their emperor.
In the rural villages of Mysia, the Roman citizens have no warning before the sudden, violent attack of the Goths.
This is a group that's very much devoted to plunder and probably also the seizing of captives. So Romans would have seen in this an incursion of a very large and well-organized group, very much determined to take whatever they could get their hands on and destroy what they couldn't take with them.
One advantage that the Goths have, actually, once they get within the empire, is that there's an excellent road system along the Danube, which they know will lead them to the cities that they want to sack, so they can take the plunder back north of the river, and the chief will become a more famous and more powerful chief.
With the Goths now raiding within the empire's borders, they must be stopped at all costs before they reach the heart of Rome itself. Emperor Decius quickly prepares for battle and takes no chances in planning his attack on the Goths. His oldest son, Herennius, will join him in Mysia. But his younger son, Hostilian, only a boy, will remain behind.
Hostilian is left in Rome with his mother. The rationale for this, I think, is relatively clear. If the situation in Rome requires an imperial presence, Hostilian can represent the Principate there. But it's a way of trying to divide the imperial presence and secure Decius's authority throughout the empire.
If Decius and Herennius fail to survive their mission, the entire weight of the Roman Empire will fall on the shoulders of young Hostilian. Emperor Decius and Herennius travel from Rome eastward to face Cniva and the Goths at Nicopolis ad Istrum on the Danube River in Mysia. Outside Nicopolis, the Gothic king Cniva and his barbarian warriors prepare to besiege the Roman city.
Cniva is clearly a very able character on a tactical level, but he doesn't have a strategic plan rather than to sort of smash, grab, and return, which is what the tribes see Rome as being, a place to go steal cool stuff and bring it home.
Emperor Decius and Herennius intercept the Goths just in time, before they can reach Nicopolis.
Well, in ancient warfare, in a battle between Romans and barbarians, you were face to face with the person you were fighting. You were face to face with the person that you were trying to kill, and the battles often didn't last very long for the simple reason that it was very tiring. It was very tiring, and after the initial impact, people wore out very quickly.
6th century chronicler Jordanes describes Cniva's defeat.
When the Emperor Decius drew near, Cniva, with his army, still in good shape, at last withdrew to the Haemus Mountains of the Balkans, which were not far distant.
But the persistent Goths do not continue their retreat, and instead move south into the Thracian city of Philippopolis. The Goths terrorize the land surrounding Philippopolis, brutally abducting the Roman women to be sold into slavery.
The Goths that erupt are a very well-organized force. Their king doesn't command a small war band. It seems that he commands a relatively large army of thousands. This makes him different from previous Germanic invaders in the Danube region. So this is going to be a moment of profound fear.
Cniva managed to besiege Philippopolis and eventually take it in ruthless fashion. He did this and killed, according to one source, as many as 100,000 people in the process.
But despite his campaign, Cniva finds an unlikely ally inside the city walls. Titus Julius Priscus, an ambitious Roman governor who would prefer to be emperor. Cniva lures Priscus into making a traitorous pact. He allows Cniva into Philippopolis in exchange for barbarian support against a shared enemy, Emperor Decius.
Both Priscus and Cniva had the goal of bringing down the Roman emperor. Priscus from the inside, Cniva from the outside. And so Priscus made a secret, dirty deal saying, look, I'll surrender our people to you if you'll promise to get rid of the ones who'd support the emperor instead of me. And Cniva said, that's a deal.
The two leaders sealed the deal with a common act for both barbarian and Roman.
Priscus and Cniva would have had a formal ceremony in which they swore before the gods over a sacrifice, pouring a libation of wine to the gods to show each other that their faith was guaranteed by divine sanction. In this case, Cniva was lying.
Priscus will learn soon enough it's all a ruse. The Goths take what they need, supplies and captives, and brutally dispose of what's left. Emperor Decius has driven the Goths back, but in 250 AD, their king Cniva tricks a Roman governor into surrendering his city, provoking a face-off with Decius and his imperial army. After the Goths plunder and desert Philippopolis, Emperor Decius pursues the fleeing King Cniva northward to Abritus in Roman Moesia. In their camp outside Abritus, Decius, his son Herennius, and their legion's priest turn to the only force they know will guarantee victory, their beloved pagan gods.
Decius knew that this was going to be the struggle of his life. So Decius did what he was supposed to do to win the favor of the gods. He sacrificed. And with the smoke rising to the heavens, as far as the eye could see on and around the altars, then no one could doubt that Decius had done absolutely the maximum to try to win this titanic struggle.
6th century chronicler Jordanes remembers the sacred place of worship outside the modern Bulgarian city of Razgrad.
To this day, that place is still called the Altar of Decius, because there he had offered amazing sacrifices to idols before the battle.
If Decius is going to bring stability to Rome, he must push the Goths back across the Danube River for good. Finally, in 251 AD, Decius's army confronts the Gothic forces at the Battle of Abritus. The terrain is wet and difficult for the highly organized Roman army, who falter against their barbarian enemy.
I think Decius really thought that he was going to finish off Cniva finally, but instead Cniva was able to surprise him with a number of troops that he had who were hidden in these marshes, and then also to outmaneuver him on a type of battlefield that just didn't work well for Roman fighters.
The Gothic forces soon overpower Decius's army. The 6th century chronicler Jordanes recounts the emperor's greatest loss.
In the battle that followed, the Goths quickly pierced Herennius, the son of Decius, with an arrow and cruelly slew him.
when his son, Herennius Etruscus, takes an arrow and is dying on the battlefield, Decius doesn't break down. Instead, he proclaims, "Let no one be afraid. The loss of one soldier is no diminution to the state." As if he didn't care, as if it didn't matter to him at all.
Decius dismounts his horse and furiously charges into battle. But this time, his pagan gods cannot save him, according to 6th century Byzantine scholar Zosimus.
Decius and his army were so assailed by the missiles of the barbarians that not one of them escaped with his life. Thus ended the life of the excellent emperor Decius.
Decius is the first emperor in Roman history to be killed by a barbarian army.
It's a moment where the Roman Empire probably seems to its inhabitants to be beginning to careen out of control. And the loss of an emperor, especially one who seems to be as effective as Decius, in this sort of circumstance, has profound implications. It must contribute in a very significant way to a loss of a sense of security that the Romans would feel.
Though some say the emperor's body is never found, the 4th century Christian chronicler Lactantius describes Decius's ultimate end.
Stripped and naked, he lay to be devoured by wild beasts and birds, a fit end for the enemy of God.
Back in Rome, the plague has taken the ultimate toll, as Decius's heir, Hostilian, is struck with the disease not long after his father's death.
The death of an emperor and of his son were signs that the god's favor had been lost. Romans would have been filled with tension, wondering, how are we going to regain the lost divine favor?
With Emperor Decius and his son's deaths, the crisis of the 3rd century only worsens. Usurpers revolt in Gaul. Barbarians continue to attack the empire's northern borders, and to the east, territory is lost to foreign invaders as well.
Just a little more effort, and victory will surely be ours.
Yet Christianity continues to grow, despite an increase in persecutions.
Decius's experiment with persecution was a failure. In the decades that follow, there's only one other sustained attempt at persecution. And then for more than 40 years, the Christian church is allowed to grow at its own pace.
Eventually, over 100 years later, in 380 AD, Christianity becomes the official state religion of the Roman Empire, an apt reward for their faith and courage, according to 4th century chronicler Eusebius of Caesarea.
Anyone who examines the events of history will find that all those who have acted on the side of the righteous and the just have tasted the sweet fruit of success.
Emperor Decius allowed religion to divide the empire, turning Roman against Roman in a desperate time of violence and plague. Without a unified front, Rome's borders are left open to the greatest and bloodiest of all enemies, the barbarians. When the empire is attacked by foreign invaders and a deadly plague, Roman citizens blamed the new religion of Christianity for angering the empire's pagan gods. Desperate, Emperor Decius turns to violence, sacrificing the lives of Christians to win back the gods' favor. Now, threatened by barbarian attacks on all fronts, the people of Rome live in constant fear. As the crisis deepens, insurgents seize control, dividing the empire against itself, until a new ruler emerges, His name is Aurelian.
Hey, John.
And he unifies the fractured empire.
Have you modded it yet?
Using its greatest reservoir of strength, the army.
What?
By the middle of the third
Have you
century,
modded Fallout
the Roman
yet?
Empire is huge and relies on distant, isolated legions to protect every far-flung province.
The troops at this point were forced into a situation where they often had to rely on self-help. The imperial superstructure was very far away from them. Emperors made it to frontier conflicts often after they had mushroomed entirely out of control.
In the absence of the emperor, the soldiers sometimes take leadership matters into their own hands.
The emperor can't be there, so there's a bit of drift, and so somebody arises who is able to do the job for him, and probably will call themselves an emperor in order to rally local support, to beat back the barbarians who are threatening the integrity of the provinces.
Having dared to raise their own emperors, the powerful border armies now declare independence from Rome. As these armies break away on the eastern and western frontiers, forming their own empires, Rome's northern frontier is attacked by the Alemanni barbarians in 269 AD. In his palace in Rome, the true Roman Emperor Claudius II is troubled by this devastating assault on Roman soil.
Enemies from the other side of the Alps did more than invade the Roman Empire. For the first time in an extraordinarily long time, they actually crossed the Alps into Italy.
Claudius seeks the advice of his powerful cavalry commander, Aurelian, a man whose military discipline is described by the 3rd century historian Vopiscus.
Aurelian, from his earliest years, was very quick of mind and famous for his strength. He never let a day go by without practicing the spear, the bow and arrow, and other weaponry.
Aurelian's skills will soon be tested as news from the frontier worsens. Distraught refugees from northern Italy bear witness to the devastation. With this invasion, the danger of a mutiny within the army becomes even greater.
If barbarian people threatened to invade, then the local people would simply proclaim emperor whoever happened to be the military commander in the region at the time.
In order to keep the northern frontier from breaking away as well, Claudius must act quickly to stop the encroaching Alemanni forces.
Attention to the designated grid square!
In the Alemanni camp, the barbarians celebrate, reveling in the rich spoils taken easily from a weakened Roman Empire, including Roman women and children they intend to use as slaves.
We've got inscriptions, actually, which talk to us, which tell us about parties of raiders who've gone into Italy and taken lots of prisoners. So it's sort of easy pickings to some extent for these raiders. They're preying on an empire that is not at its peak at this time.
The groups of Alemanni are led by powerful chieftains who ensure their warriors' loyalty by rewarding them with slaves of Roman blood. But the barbarians' greed knows no end. Emperor Claudius is forced to march his army from Rome, meeting the Alemanni warriors at Lake Garda in northern Italy.
Guide on me!
4th century historian Ammianus Marcellinus.
Rushing forward with more haste than caution, They threw themselves on our squadrons of horse with horrible grinding of teeth and more than their usual fury. Their hair streamed behind them, and a kind of madness flashed from their eyes.
Emperor Claudius is also severely outnumbered, but he has a secret weapon at his side, the powerful cavalry commander, Aurelian.
He was known as Manu ad Ferrum, that is sort of hand ready to the sword, ready to leap into action when that should be necessary.
to the designated grid square.
User entered your channel.
Yo.
Yo.
Follow me! Need backup!
John,
What?
where's those peanuts that you wanted?
You wanted Seth's penis. What is wrong with his penis that it can't be naturally attached to his body? Have you ever been to monster truck derby things?
No.
I got to see one or two as a kid, and it was actually pretty dope. One of the things I found retarded
I don't
yet
do
probably
drugs.
understandable is every single time they go high up into the air, when they like go back slamming on the ground, you'd always see like one or two fucking tires go flying right off the truck.
Alright.
Like even when it's just one tire, you'd still see it driving around. It's like fuck. I love this redneck shit.
Yeah. It does seem kind of cool. Dude thinks he's so cool ganging up on people. The fucking retard.
What you talking about?
I don't know.
Attention to the map.
Affirmative. Attack the A point. Attention to the map.
The enemy has captured a zone. Attention to the designated grid zone.
Move after me. Move after me.
Move after me. Attention to the map!
Attention to the designated grid zone! Attention to the map! On me!
User disconnected from your channel.
How you doing?
Playing some Hoi 4, playing as Communist China.